Morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Hopping on the mic here just a little bit early, as we do have the ECB press conference starting at 8:45. That's definitely going to be market moving. So roughly in 6 minutes, we will have some more market moving events that could influence the dollar and yields. Whether or not the ECB comes out hawkish or dovish, time will tell. Right now, you did have at 8:30, you had the initial job loss claims come out, and they came in right in line. Goldilocks number, consensus 217, actual 217. So definitely interesting to see it coming right in line with the market. Initially, the markets were gapped up ahead of that. You did have all indices strong ahead of the data. NVDA actually spiked, made a new high. Russell 2000 spiked, made a new high up here. And now you are starting to see the indices just retrace a little bit and come in, potentially some profit taking. A little bit of a tail candle forming on NVIDIA, still phenomenally strong on the session. You also had the Canadian housing data, building permits absolutely shattered the consensus of 4.6%, coming in at 13.5%. Remember, ECB at 8:45, and then we also have Powell's secondary testimony at 10 a.m. Those natural gas bulls out there, there is a 10:30 a.m. report. And then at 11:30, we have the Atlanta Fed GDP. So, from basically now, there's every hour there's about data that's layered in the market that could be influential to things. Obviously, looking at the QQQ hourly chart here, you're going to see that we had that big gap up yesterday, made a little bit of a high into this resistance channel, got sold off. Now we're retesting that same area where we sold off on the open. So there is resistance here, but the dollar's weak at the moment. Yields are down across the board. So we're just going to see if the dollar can actually recapture this 50 daily moving average, which sits at 103.43. If it doesn't, then we run the risk of actually trading all the way back down to this gap fill here and this 102.50 zone. I still think that based off of what oil's been doing recent sessions, the dollar is going to have to try to flex its muscles at some time to keep it at bay. So right now, semis are again strong in the pre-market. You pretty much have everything up on the session. Not too much weakness in the TSLA. Of course, Tesla is weak. That one, you can't really say much about that other than Tesla is just no one wants it. No one wants it. And of course, it is a bearish pattern. Weekly bear flag breaking down at this point in time. You did trigger that weekly head and shoulders, daily head and shoulders. So obviously, there's a lot of sell side pressure in that name. Apple, we swung Apple calls overnight, as well as Apple commons. So basically, we swung them at, wait till it propagates here, 168.99. 168.99. We swung these Apple calls. So right in there. And Apple, we also have 170 calls on Apple. That was actually a member trade that I said swing that overnight. So we're looking for a move to 170. It almost hit that in the pre-market. Pretty much almost tagged 170 in the pre-market, just shy of 170 on the infamous Apple. NVIDIA, just a relentless monster, pushing the semis up again. Tesla down 1.5, AVGO up 2, Bitcoin up 1.2, Coin up 1.94 in the pre-market. Nat gas just slightly negative. Alibaba under pressure. Mara negative again despite Bitcoin strength. Google up 0.7, Amazon up 0.46, XOM down 0.2, oil down 0.7, Rig up, Netflix up 0.5%, DWAC up 4.88, Eli Lilly down 0.8%, Carvana up 1.3, Intel up 2.76. There was some headlines overnight last night regarding a $3 billion chip package from the U.S. government. Rivian catching bid up 4.9%. Maybe that shows that Tesla can actually catch a bid at some point today. Viking Therapeutics down about 8.86%. MindMed up 25%. Copper stocks ripping today. Just scrolling through. Albemarle Marley up again after a whopping 9% day yesterday. So continuation move to the upside. But pretty much everything is strong across the board here. We are seeing the markets continuing to grind higher and higher, mainly being lifted by NVIDIA and the semiconductors. Just looking through the rest of my charts here. Palo Alto slightly down. Those of you that are looking at IYT, the transport index, that actually is not down 73%. It actually went through a split, which is why you're seeing IYT catching a little bit of a fall here. All right, so the next form of data is coming out here. The ECB will be discussing their economic policy, so be ready for that. That should be influential for the dollar. You can see the dollar is dipping into that. Right now, the 10 years down 1.2, 2 years down 8.83. We are seeing the Russell push higher, Apple push higher. Q's at 441.90. Q's are at 441.90. You can see the Dixie is peeling away here. Gold pushing higher, silver pushing higher. Again, what I'm probably going to be doing, even if Apple, I'm looking at this market, and if Apple hits 170, I'm actually interested in taking some profits near this zone here before Powell speaks. So that would be roughly a 90-cent gain on that Apple day trade that we held overnight at 168.99. So that'll be the first win of the session. Yeah, I am interested in taking profits here. Hopefully we get a push to 170 at the open, so then our members can take profits on those 170 calls that we swung. 170 calls that we swung. There goes Apple. Apple's continuing. The Dixie's not really doing much of anything. So those 170s just briefly went in the money there. Those 170s just briefly went in the money. We still have NVIDIA ripping up 1.86%. To think that NVIDIA's strength is just continuing day after day after day. I mean, that daily chart on NVIDIA is just looking so crazy. So crazy. I personally don't know who's chasing it up here at this point. You know, with you have, I think it's what? Let's just pull up this chart here. You know, just the daily chart alone is wild. Absolutely wild. You know, you had that one dip ahead of earnings into the 20 MA, and you just left that 20 MA in the dust. But look at that. You know, the weekly chart's even more fascinating because it shows absolutely no dip. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive weeks of upside. RSI 89.6. That's massive. That's massive. All right, guys. I am seeing the markets come in a little bit, just in case that this dollar wants to get going, yields get going. I'm actually going to look to maybe take some profits off of this Apple position. Just a day trade. Obviously, I'm going to swing the calls into the open and then likely take some profits. But I just sold half of the Apple position at 169.89. I just sold half of my Apple position. And I'm going to put an in-the-money stop right at this 169.45 pivot. So I sold half and writing the other half. You can see the dollar's trying to move up here. So it's a nice little gain that we just made of 93 cents per share. 93 cents per share. I'm still holding 250 shares long on Apple. 250 shares long on Apple. But I sold the first half. And I still have some action in the call side. 170 calls, which should go in the money. Briefly hit that 170 off that wick. Should go in the money. Dollar still creeping. I am seeing NVIDIA taking a little bit of a breather. Bitcoin still just under 67,000. Meta's at 500. Still a lot of strength. Semis have pulled back just ever so slightly, but I mean, between AVGO and NVIDIA and Micron, they're just pumping it up here. You can see the Russell is trying to break out of this range again. So the Russell's just been range bound, a lot of chop and slop. You know, you've got above this important pivot zone, this 205, rejected, confirmed the rejection. Then you tried gapping up, got rejected again, closed inside that reversal. Now you're trying to push up past this daily chart rejection level. 207.77 is your big level though on the Russell. Dollar's getting a little bit stronger here. It is forcing NVIDIA a little lower, still up 1.8, so nothing crazy here. All right, guys, I'm just going to go silent on the mic. If anything changes, I'll jump on the opportunities. I'm just going to scan through some charts before the open just to make sure that we're not missing any opportunities. So I will be here. And, you know, is it a good idea to buy Tesla puts? Yeah, I think that there's certainly a case for it. You know, if we look at Tesla here on the daily, you know, Tesla was so oversold, had a big bounce, tried breaking out and filling that gap, failed. Boom, right back down to the lows. Now this runs the risk of triggering a big bear flag. So I think that you wait a little bit more consolidation. If Tesla tries to attack this 187 gap fill, I think that's the short zone. I think that puts are probably safe to buy. Look at these weekly moving averages crossing down. Again, you did trigger that head and shoulders. You could argue to say you're doing another one here. So, I mean, there's a lot of weakness in Tesla. I still have more downside. It's a tough stock to short because it does have these wild moves, right? But just based off of a pattern alone, Tesla should fall max downside around 100 off that first head and shoulders. If you use the second weekly pattern here, this left shoulder, head, and then this could be a mini right shoulder, you're looking at even more downside, to be honest. So I think you could swing some puts. There's certainly, that's looking at Tesla at 40. Now, it's not a guarantee that it completes the full measured move, but there's certainly still quite a ways of room for downside in this overall grand trend. So I think the risk to reward, swinging puts with some time on the clock, maybe a couple months, I think certainly probably will play out. Just going to turn the after hours on the Qs. Qs are still holding up very, very strong here. Hey Ram, how do you like the 4 screens? Is it okay or is it too much? But Tesla's definitely bearish. Definitely bearish. The S&P Qs are still at all-time highs. Look at NVDA eating everyone's lunch. But Apple, Tesla still trading in a bear market. Big downside moves in these names. So again, we took profits on half. We sold 250 shares of this Apple at this 169.90 range. Took some profits, still holding another 250 shares long with an in-the-money stop at this 169.45 zone. And then we still have 170 calls on Apple. So really, those are the trades at the moment that we've taken. And we're going to look to see how things settle up. But I'm going to go silent for a moment, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Too much, but it's still fine. But 3 is better, like I said. Okay, I'll flip it to 3. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Let's flip it back to 3. So we've got the QQQ chart here. Actually, we'll put the QQQ up here. We'll put the Dixie up here. Actually, we'll put Apple up here. Apple can stay up top. Hey Ram, so you're holding a couple of stocks at 187 without stop loss. Any recommendations on Tesla? 187? A little bit of a dip in the semis coming in the pre-market here. So you're talking about Tesla, right? You're holding Tesla at 187, just to be clear. So Tesla 187 puts you right around so Tesla 187, you need roughly a 7% rally to get back to break even. Just want to see where it is on the daily chart. So I mean, you're right into that gap fill. There's a shot that it gets there. There is a shot, but just recognize that you are starting to get some intraday bearish crossovers of the moving averages in the indices. Today's a big day because the price action in the indices, if we gap up and lose this gap up, if we gap and crack, you're going to start getting a lot of hourly bearish crossovers, 4-hour bearish crossovers of some key moving averages, which typically points to more downside in the indices. So Tesla's a weak stock. It's difficult for it to bounce. If the market is starting to roll over, obviously you look at how strong semis have been, and they've just been carrying this market day by day by day. So if they see any sort of consolidation, which I mean, NVDA 9 weeks up in a row, You should see some pullback. But there's a shot getting back to break even. It's a tough average right there. It's a tough one. Because you've lost this impulse green bar. You've lost these two pivots on two bearish daily closes. I mean, you may have to take a small loss on this one. I personally don't like that level. I really don't like that level on Tesla. Yeah, it's a tough one. And this is definitely a bearish L pattern, H pattern, lowercase h, or bear flag that's breaking down here. I mean, there might be a chance, but again, you just run the risk of the indices correcting and pushing this down. There might be a chance of a retest even up to 200, but that's kind of a long shot at this point. Just trying to give you something else here. Let's see. Like, this channel might be your only saving grace. So Tesla does have some support here. If you draw a parallel channel from this pivot high in July, pivot high, pivot low, see you bounced there once already off this zone. So I mean, you could get another bounce. You could average down 167, just depending on, I don't know how big it is in your portfolio and what your risk tolerance is, but you could maybe average down to bring your position into at least the 170s, where you may get a bounce back into the low 180s. But 187 is going to be tough, because it does look like Tesla at least wants to go down to this 166 area before the next potential bounce. Dollar weakening here, big rejection on the dollar. Bitcoin back above 67K, so that one's pumping. That one's pushing. I have an upside target. I think we could see coin at like 252 today. So Coinbase calls look pretty enticing at the open. I think we could look for 250 calls on coin. Those should get in the money. That's what I'm eyeing up on the long side, guys. 250 calls on coin, as long as Bitcoin holds, which is looking likely, especially since the dollar had a pretty big dip there. But keep this channel, keep this 166, 167 range on Tesla. You also have this lower boundary consolidation pivot zone. Natgas getting hit today. We do have Natgas inventory, so that's going to be important to watch and recognize. Apple's still just holding consolidation pattern. That's good to see. I could see Apple pushing all the way back up to about 170.50 today, maybe even higher based off of how oversold it is, on the daily chart. So we'll watch it closely. -7 at the moment, so I'll buy puts on Tesla. Yeah, just be careful, because that you should get a bounce off that level. I think you will get a bounce off that 167, 166 level on Tesla. But yeah, that's from current levels. That's still about a 4-5% drop, so you could hedge your position. I am seeing Microsoft falling in the after hours here, or the pre-market. Sorry. What expiration on coin? That's a good question. I'm honestly thinking zero DTEs. So coin's been consolidating in the pre-market here. I just want to show you that regular market hours. So coin is gapping up. So let's just be careful about that, right? You have a nice little bullish pattern from yesterday to end the day. So there is a bullish pattern there, and that upside target takes you to about 250. So that's just a simple fib extension. But when you look really at the hourly chart, you just connect this pivot to this pivot zone, and coin's got some room to run. You know, if we push up into the high range of this resistance trend line, you actually draw a channel. It's a little bit more accurate. It gives us a zone instead of a definitive trend line. So there you go. So if Coinbase pushes up into this resistance trend line pivot, you know, you were talking about 249.50, 251, 252. So I do think that's certainly feasible for coin to do, especially since you are gapping up here. Obviously, if the market starts to sell, then that you run the risk of going lower. But I am looking at 250 calls at the open, 0 DTE plays. You know, you might get a small dip, but Bitcoin's still strong, pushing up here. Bitcoin is trying to push up. It's above 67,000 at the moment, so I think that does give it the ability to keep running. As long as Bitcoin stays above 67K, I do think that you could run higher here on coin. So keep that one on watch. You know, if you want to play it a little bit safer, maybe even give yourself a couple days on the clock. Obviously, tomorrow's Friday. You can give yourself a 1 DTE play. But I may go for just the 0 DTEs at the open. I'll call it out if I do. You know, you could even give yourself till Monday. Obviously, it's risky holding it over the weekend, which is why I kind of want to just maybe catch the momentum trade the first day. But but definitely coin on watch. Coin on watch. And you do have small cap strong today, so that's another bonus. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Just gonna get my iPad. Alright guys, we have about 6 minutes till the open here. 6 minutes till the open. Right now you're going to see that the NASDAQ QQQ is actually above this resistance pivot. And now it's into this little bit of a gap window. So as long as it holds above this area, this little pivot high, we do have a shot of actually pushing all the way up to gap fill. Now a couple things in the pre-market, I am seeing Apple pull in from the highs. NVDA also made a pre-market high of just about under 906. So NVIDIA now into the 900 club. But NVIDIA has pulled in a little bit. Again, I'm looking at taking... Guys, be careful of this Apple. It may hit our stop in the pre-market on the rest of the shares. Oh, all right, we just got stopped out of Apple there. Pretty decent decline coming into play. I'll look to re-enter basically around this 169 zone. But I did sell the rest of the Apple, still holding those 170 calls, which we were up a lot more. They were almost in the money in the pre-market, but I did exit the common shares, so I unloaded the full position on that dip. So Q's right now still above this area. I'm just going to mark the pre-market high so we know where the high point in the pre-market was, which is roughly right over there, 442.40. So a pretty big range today. Pre-market low 437.10, pre-market high 442.40. I'm looking at coin calls at the open, guys. Coin calls at the open. 250 calls I'm looking at. 250 calls. Expiry today, 0 DTEs. If you're a little bit more risk averse, look for 1 DTE. Give yourself at least another day to potentially get up there, but Bitcoin's still looking strong. The Dixie's just absolutely weakening. DXY keeps going lower. S&P's continuing to rip here. The S&P's actually filled its technical gap well above its bearish gap down, so nice positive strength for the S&P, the SPY. So SPY is definitely leading the charge. Dollars breaking down more, dollars making new lows. So that, in theory, should help the markets. Good morning, it's Common Sense. Good morning, Paul. Again, guys, we took profits on those 168.99 Apple common shares, still swinging those 170 calls. Looking at 250 calls on coin. And basically the NASDAQ is a short, probably into the gap fill. SPY is well above the NASDAQ. It's filled its daily gap, so you're actually seeing relative strength today. Even though tech is still outperforming, SPY has technically filled its bear gap. Apple's gone negative in the pre-market. Look at that dump on Apple. Wow. Right back to our entry, guys. Right back to our entry. Holy. Okay. Now things are getting interesting. All right, guys. I'm going to pick up some Apple common shares here. 168.94. 168.94. I just went long Apple. I went long Apple 168.94. So now we just took profits on that full position, half up here and then half here. And now we're back in Apple with a lower average than previous. Still have those calls, so I still like the trade, but look at that dump. That's crazy price action. Crazy, crazy price action. Our markets are set to open in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. I'm just flipping my charts back to the regular trading hours. SPY, you could argue there's an inverted head and shoulders it's trying to break out of on the 20-minute chart, which actually implies another 1.6% move up. Wow. Miraculous. All right, guys, keep your eye on coin. Keep your eye on coin. NatGas 186 coming up. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. Markets are open. Just going to flip back my Apple to the regular chart. Coins coming in, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to take 250 calls on coin. 0 DTE. This is a high-risk trade. 250 calls, 0 DTE on coin. High risk trade, size for loss. Size for loss. We're also long Apple at 168.94. 168.94. Qs are trying to push back up. Dixie's still weak. Apple's negative right now. Tesla's still down. NVIDIA's starting to come in just a little bit here. Come on, coin. Get your butt up there. Apple had a huge dip there. Never filled my second entry, but my second entry is coming at 168.44. Coin seeing some sellers. QQQ coming in just a tad. Bitcoin still above 67K, but Microsoft selling hard. Let's see if we gap and crack today. So we have a starter position on Apple again after we took profits in the pre-market. We have 250 calls on coin, which are kind of going against us. Amazon strong. Meta's coming in. NVIDIA's still trying to bounce. Semiconductor bear ETF new low. All right, they're trying to sell coin here. Big wick up on Apple, guys, so Apple's starting to perform. Still think there's a pairs trade, short NVIDIA, long Apple. IWM's ripping. There's a short on the Russell at the double top of 207.77. 207.77. Bitcoin's still charging higher here. Microsoft's coming in pretty sharply, though. So Microsoft is under some pressure this morning. You do have Tesla flipping green, NVIDIA up green. Everything across the board is green. Everything across the board is green. AMD's looking a little bit weak right now. Huge pump on Apple, guys. Huge pump. All right, guys. Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see if we get to 170. Let's see if those calls can get to 170. SPY QQQ's at some resistance, but it looks like it wants that gap fill. All right, guys, I'm exiting Apple. I'm seeing too much weakness in Microsoft. I just closed that Apple for another little win. 169.44 closed Apple for about a 50-cent gain off of that 168.94 zone. Still holding coin. Still holding coin. NVIDIA's still okay. Microsoft's coming in pretty hard at the moment. Tesla's bullish reversal to the upside. Bitcoin's still flying here, guys. Bitcoin's still flying. Dollar's still putting in new lows. ARK Invest sold 100 million of coin this week. Perfect. Makes me more bullish. Microsoft appears to want to be going negative. Still holding, but does appear it wants to go negative here. Come on, coin. Huge move on Apple, though. Very impressive move on Apple. Still holding those 170 calls. Hopefully they get in the money. They should get in the money. It is looking like it will. Dollar at the lows. Dollar at the lows. All right, coin. Everything's starting to push up now. NVDA, everything, Meta, Google, Bitcoin, coin. Semis are still trending a little bit lower. The bear ETF. AMD is getting a push now. Oh, Kathy. Oh, Kathy's right. Yeah, nat gas looking weak today. Oil also weak on the session. NVIDIA tapping pre-market high or close to it. Close to it. New high day for all indices. All right, guys. Russell's into a short zone here. It is trying to breach above the double top resistance. The IWM is into some resistance here. So it is technically a little bit of a short trade to its gap fill. All right, guys. I'm short the Russell. 207.77. 207.77 short the Russell. It's a 1/4 entry. Basically, I'm going to add at 208.17 my next entry if need be. So 1/4 still holding coin, still holding Apple 170 calls. NVIDIA new all-time high, breaking above the pre-market high. Jeez, just a monster, up 2.32%, wielding now a market cap of 2.26 trillion. Apple's only 2.62 trillion, so closing the distance ever so sharply. So we're short the Russell. QQQ is technically a short, also a starter position at 443.90, 443.87. That's your gap fill. Semiconductors are still ripping here. Microsoft slightly weaker on the session, pulling in from the highs. Apple still trying to curl up. Meta curling up. Bitcoin just absolutely a monster, flying 67.8. Bitcoin is looking like it wants to go for a new high. Wow. NVIDIA 909. It's honestly even tempting to try to maybe top pick it here on the short side. All right, guys, I'm long the SOXS here, 296 long, day trade starter position, 296 long, SOXS, SOXS. I'll add to the position every 8 to 10 cents lower. All right, Russell's starting to come in, coin's starting to push up. Still watching Apple. Apple's coming right back down. It is peeling. Google's still strong. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at these levels. So we're short the Russell, we're long SOXS, and we have coin 250 calls. 250. Bitcoin's still on a tear. Dollar's trying to catch a small bid at the moment. Oil's catching a bid. All sectors are green in the S&P 500 today. Bitcoin's just a monster tearing. NVIDIA end of month 1,000 perhaps, but 9 weeks up consecutively. We will see. Palantir 4.6, New York Community Bank up 12.4, Tesla up 1.26, so making a nice bullish reversal. Mara's flipped green. MARA has flipped green. Semis are starting to weaken just a little bit here, guys. Semis are starting to weaken just a little bit. NVIDIA, Microsoft seeing some sellers at the moment. Tesla's still trying to hold its gains. So Q's never officially filled that gap, so there might be one more attempt at a push higher. There might be one attempt at a push higher. On the Q's, Coinbase is starting to wake up a little bit, so let's see if those coin calls. ENB ripping, yeah, ENB. Let's take a look at ENB on my other screen. Oh yeah, look at that, 35.50, monster move, nice job. Tesla, did you see big green bar? Did you see it? Yeah, I saw it, monster green bar. It's actually went from red to green. All right, that's a strong reversal on Tesla. It's basically a 2.9% reversal bar. Coin waking up, SOX in the money, IWM in the money. So we have all trades working for us at the moment, guys. Let's position ourselves accordingly here. Microsoft starting to come in a little bit. QQQ weakening. So here comes the semis, guys. Here comes the semis. Come on, coin. Come on, coin. Seeing some $300 calls on coin hit the tape. All right, we're nicely in the money on this Russell trade, guys. We are nicely in the money by about 50 cents. Coin's starting to work for us. SOX is starting to work for us. I think we should see NVIDIA start to come in just a little bit. Still resilient on the session. NVIDIA up over 2%. Apple just slightly red. AVGO pumping. Everything's pretty much pumping here. NVIDIA testing pre-market high again. Microsoft looks like it wants to go negative today. It does appear so. Meta's still holding firm. Seeing a little bit of sellers coming into Tesla. Apple back to the negative side. Apple just can't catch a bid off of these daily chart oversold levels. It's really, really miraculous. You have AMD starting to roll over just a tad. Q, SPY are all coming in now. Bitcoin's also rejecting, so watch these coin calls because they could come under pressure here. Bitcoin's actually reversing off this level. Guys, I'm going to close these coin calls. I'm not liking Bitcoin. I just took a little bit of profit off coin. I am seeing Bitcoin reverse hard here. Sold those coin calls for a small gain. Look at that, peeling away. Whoa, look at this Bitcoin price action, guys. Huge red bar down. Huge reversal down. That could be a bearish engulfing. Maybe they just wanted to shake us out. But that was not a good candle for Bitcoin. Watching it on my other screen here. We have to be very quick with those coin calls. I exited them for a small gain. Small gain. Nothing too crazy. Still holding this IWM short. And still holding this SOXS long. Let's look at NVIDIA, since that is the powerhouse stock of the day, of the week, of the month, of the year. NVIDIA coming in just a tad. Let's look at the QQQ. Yeah, that coin call we got shaken out there, but hey, at least we didn't let it go against us. I didn't like that reversal that I was seeing on Bitcoin. And it really came out of nowhere. Weak yields, weak dollar. So I didn't like that. Snapchat up 6.5%. VKTX seeing some downside. Look at the fall in the Qs, guys. Look at the fall in the Qs. You have Apple negative, AMD negative, SMCI negative. Microsoft's next. So semis are starting to wane here across the board. Semis are starting to wane across the board, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to take a high-risk trade here. High-risk trade. I'm going to take a 440 put on QQQ, 0DT, 440 put on the Qs. 440 put on the Qs, 0DTE. 440 put on the Qs, 0DTE. Still holding this SOXS, still holding this Russell short. We're in the money nicely, guys. Up about 81 cents on the Russell. Nice move on this SOXS today. Off of that 296 zone. Look at this, still pumping, guys, still pumping. Good thing we exited those coin because those things are looking very tricky. Microsoft just went negative. Huge reversal on Bitcoin. Wow, what crazy. SMCI short? Yeah, that could work out. You know, we're technically shorting it through the SOXS and the Qs. Russell, guys, testing this pre-market high. I'm going to look to cover. I'm going to look to cover my Russell, guys. I just covered my full Russell position. Just covered my full Russell at 206.87. 206.87 cover. That's a nice 91 cent gain. Beautiful, beautiful trade on the Russell 2000. Still holding the semiconductor. Still holding this QQQ 440 put. But the Russell we just took profits on. All right, let's see what else we can draw up here. Apple down. I am interested in Apple on the long side again. It's just so oversold. It makes me think that it will catch a bid at some point here. A little bit of a pairs trade. Maybe we see the Qs break down a little more. All right, guys, I'm long Apple 168.70. 168.70. I'm picking up a long on Apple 168.70. It's a 1/4 position. It's a 1/4 position. If Bitcoin bounces, I'm going to look at 245 coin calls, 0DTE. I'm watching Bitcoin on my other screen, but if Bitcoin bounces, I'm looking at 245 calls now instead of the 250s. That was fast. That was fast. That was a fast, quick play. We've already covered one winning trade. We're in the money on this one. Slightly flat. A long on Apple again at 168.70. I still think the 170 calls on Apple are still very enticing off of this level. My next ad on Apple is going to be at 168.15. 168.15. And basically, I'm adding 150 shares at every single entry point. So I'm 150 shares long on Apple at the moment, which is a starter position. If need be, we add. Seeing Amazon weaken a little bit. Meta's still strong. Google's about to go negative. Again, Apple's negative. AMD's negative. NVIDIA's up 1.8. So it's still only strength in NVIDIA. Nat gas down. Oil down. Google slightly green. Amazon slightly green. What's interesting is oil is actually negative by 0.5%, but you still have the energy stocks actually outperforming today. Up nicely. All sectors are still green, guys. All sectors are still green on the session. I am seeing the SPY weaken just a tad here. The EMA 113 on the SPY is all the way down at 510.67, so there's still a chance that we could retest that area. So right now we have a long on SOXS at this 296 zone. We have a long on Apple. Starter position at 168.70, and we have a QQQ 440 put. We took some small profits on coin before that reversal in Bitcoin. I'm actually looking at coin puts at the same time now because that's a nasty reversal on Bitcoin. That's a nasty reversal. If it doesn't firm up here, Bitcoin, I mean, you run the risk of heading lower. AMD is still weakening. Actually, AMD could be triggering a little bit of a bearish pattern here. High risk trade as well. I'm still holding those 205.11 short on AMD. 205.11. NVIDIA's charging above pre-market high. China stocks under a little bit of pressure today. AVGO is still pumping up. Nice bounce on Apple, guys. Nice bounce on Apple. IWM, you covered? Nice, Michael. Yeah, I covered a while ago too. We banked nicely on that IWM. Still in QQQ puts, SOX long, Apple. Look at this Apple long, guys. Nice bounce on Apple, guys. Nice bounce. Here we go. Keep on going. Keep on going, Apple. Keep on going. Look at this move on Apple, guys. Look at this move on Apple. Coin is just ripping again, guys. Coin is just ripping back to the highs of the session. Just miraculous price action. Wow. Wow. Qs look like they want to try to attack that gap fill again. All right, guys, I just exited Apple 169.26, 169.26. I just closed Apple for a nice gain, 169.26. That's 56 cents per share. It's still going higher here, but I'm all out of Apple for a nice another win. Congrats if you took that with us. Again, congrats if you took that with us. Guys, I'm actually going to look to maybe short Coinbase here because Bitcoin, I know it's still positive, but it's saw that big hard candle down, which tells me that there are some sellers here. Just see this daily chart. Oof, a lot of momentum though. High risk, high risk. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to pick on that name. I'd rather look at something like SMCI, which might have a day trade long here, guys. We may have a day trade long on Amgen. Yep, I am liking this support zone. You're coming up into a 50% retrace. I think there's a get I'm looking at simultaneously, which is down here. Just want to drag this fib over a little bit. All right, guys, keep Amgen on watch here. AMGN for a long. Keep Amgen. All right, guys, I'm long AMGN here. 271.44. 271.44. This is a starter position. 271.44. Long AMGN. Starter position. 270 right into a fib level. Next ad level on Amgen is going to be about 270.64, every 80 cents lower, according to my math. Qs are still pushing up. SOX is coming down. Apple, those 170 calls. If 170 calls get in the money, look to take profits, look to secure profits. SOX is going lower here. Amgen's trying to go lower. Nat gas under pressure, oil still under pressure, dollar new lows. QQQ does look like it wants its gap fill. But that's a huge sell-off on Amgen. Amgen still trying to go a little bit lower. Qs are still pushing. Apple trying to go for a high of day. Meta ripping. Meta's absolutely ripping here. New highs on Meta. SMCI down 1%, so those shorts are probably going to work out. A lot of volume coming in for NVIDIA 920 calls. 920 calls are coming into play on NVIDIA. Tesla's actually putting in a potential bull flag pattern on the 5-10 minute chart. It's micro, so it still needs some time to actually build up its pattern, but it is looking like it's poised to potentially break higher here. Of course, it's going to trade with the market, so just realize that. Almost adding to my Amgen position, guys. AMGN. Almost adding here at 270.64. Still long SOXS. All right, I just added to Amgen there, guys. Brings my average into 271.01. That's the second entry. Next entry is here. Amgen's still coming in sharply here, guys. Still coming in very sharply. All right, guys, I'm going to take a put option on AMD, 2080 DTE put, 2080 DTE put. $2080 DT put on AMD. Amgen's still bleeding lower here. Getting extremely oversold. Nice bounce coming into Amgen, guys. We are starting to see potentially a little bit of a reversal candle. Still very, very early. I mean, just off of this sell-off alone, if we do a basic retrace, Amgen should push up to 271 off of a basic retrace. You know, and you can even see that you had a sell-off from this high pivot.
Craig, if these contracts moved up for you on Monster, I was just about to call you high a day and not the damn dollar on these contracts.
IWM coming up into some pressure.
Did you see Jay? Spread's not even that far. It is more than liquid.
AMD is starting to peel away, guys. Amgen's coming up into the next ad level here. Amgen is coming up into the next ad level. Bitcoin's starting to push up. Still holding a SOXS long at this 296 zone.
Once we get to about the 59 and 10 cent range, and see if this is even worth it, because these are the kind of premiums to where they don't move in your favor, but one little ticket.
QQQ, we're still holding 440 puts. AMD, we're still holding 208 put. Took profits on Apple earlier. Took profits on a nice Russell 2000 trade. Qs are still trying to consolidate right at resistance. If we look at this 10-minute chart, you can see you're right underneath this parallel channel where we're chopping in up here. So you're right at this little resistance zone. You had an attempt at filling the gap again, but failed. Still never got filled there on Amgen. It still needs to dip a little bit lower to get to the next entry. But a lot of accumulation is coming into this range. I can definitely see that. AMD starting to come in nicely here. So again, we're riding those 208 puts. We took them all the way up there. All right, guys. I just got filled 269.85 on Amgen. 269.85 brings my average down to 270.49. We're still going lower. Looks like it wants this gap fill. Markets are still holding up relatively okay. Still riding AMD puts, SOX long. Bitcoin's trying to curl back up again. So those coin calls, are looking kind of interesting again because Bitcoin is getting curled up again. So looking at those 250s, 245s again, look enticing. You also have the key of a 10-minute bottoming tail in effect. I could actually see Amgen pushing all the way up to here today if the market remains strong. NVDA is still consolidating at pre-market high. We're now in the money on our Amgen.
Index is not doing too shabby either. QQQ almost up 1% here. It's just NVIDIA continuing to carry. The rest of tech is just not doing the same.
Nat gas swept Tuesday's lows and may move up from here. It's actually, I think someone mentioned Nat gas 186. I could see it definitely retesting 186. You are coming up into some daily chart support. 193 is daily chart support. You have your 7-day moving average at 193. Nice move on Amgen, guys. Nice move on Amgen. We're now in the driver's seat. See if we can get a push up. Here we go, guys. Amgen's pumping. Amgen's pumping up, guys. Come on, Amgen. Get a little bit more. Get a little bit more. Nice, nice, nice. All right, guys. I just sold half of my Amgen position. Half. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss. So we netted about 98 cents a share. Nice win on that. Holding half with a break-even stop loss, guys. Break-even stop loss. So nice little trade there on Amgen. Congrats if you took that with us. Those AMDs are starting to come in, guys. Those AMD puts are starting to print here. And again, what's nice about Amgen is it's in that healthcare biotech space. So it could see capital rotate out of tech into this particular individual name. This level is actually a decent swing trading level as well. So I think it could move up in the next 1 to 2 weeks, even if the markets see some fragility and a lower price action. NVIDIA is still up 2, AMD negative, SMCI negative, Tesla negative, Coin negative, Nat Gas negative, Mara negative, Meta positive, Google up, Amazon up, Oil negative, Eli Lilly down. The worst performing indice right now is the Russell, but it's still holding positive gains. Look at this move on Amgen. All right, I'm adjusting stops, guys. I just sold the rest of my position there on Amgen. 272.06. That is a big, big win. Congrats. Congrats.
Tesla's so disappointing lately. I was really hoping it would break that 206 and finally make it move to be tradable again.
I'd like to see Tesla at 160, then 150. I could not agree more with you, Mikey.
So nice, cool win on Amgen. I'm all out, guys. That's a big, big win. Congrats if you took that with us. All right, let's look at the Qs now. We'll watch the main indice because they are trying to push up higher here. NVIDIA is still strong. Apple's still strong. Microsoft dipped negative now. It's back to the positive, up 8.88%. Google's curling up. So mega cap tech appears to be in a little bit of a rally mode as we speak. A little bit of a rally mode for mega cap tech. QQQ is trying to break out here, actually. So we've taken profits on an IWM short. We took profits on a nice win on Amgen. We took profits on Apple. Still riding Apple 170 calls from yesterday. We're riding at the moment a SOX long off this 296 level. We're riding a 208 put on AMD. Took a small win on Coin. But nice. That Amgen was a nice trade, guys. That was a nice trade. And that's the beautiful thing, about TradingView and softwares is I have so many alerts out there, still like hundreds of alerts out there on individual names that you scan through, you isolate your key technical levels, then all of a sudden, boom, wasn't even on my radar today, Amgen, and I got my alert. My alert came in roughly, let's see my alert log here. That's Starbucks. My alert log came in at 9:53 a.m. So, and then within 20 minutes, we were able to make a successful trade. So that's the beautiful thing. Sometimes, you do a lot of work ahead of time. You don't see it for weeks and weeks and weeks. And then all of a sudden, that stock hits your technical support or your technical resistance, and you can make a trade. All right, so what we're seeing now is the Q SPY, everything moving up. So mega cap tech is still holding firm because of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still at 908. Wow. Wow. Look at the Qs trying to break out here. They do look like they want that gap fill. They do look like they want that gap fill. So I'm watching it closely. Powell is speaking now. Yep. Powell is speaking now. NVIDIA going for a new high of day. NVIDIA is going for a new high of day.
Oh my god. What place was 57?
For MRUS, Michael Romeo uniform, Sandy shares Sandy's plan.
SPY just made a brand new high of day there, up 0.77. Dixie down, VIX down, yields mixed. Semiconductors strong.
I was gonna say if you were trading the futures this morning.
I missed the dip. Right now it just seems like we're kind of chopping around. Seems like around Q is kind of more of a scalp kind of day. We are up to
Watch SBUX Starbucks $92 call.
Let's look at Starbucks. That one's been absolutely beaten down. LYT. What's this LYT? LYT.
Yeah, we have the volunteers things. The $30 calls for April 19th. They're up like 250%. I have $35 calls for next week as well. What's your gamma levels showing from the TSLA? That's a great question. I haven't looked since last night. Maybe somebody updated that. Give me 1 second.
Fed Chair Powell said we are working hard.
So a big push there in the market. Qs going for gap fill. Qs are going for gap fill. Next ad level in the stocks is at this 289.
Beautiful. Love that puppy finger.
Guys, high risk trade. I'm going to go along this LYT. Small size, small size. This is long LYT. Got filled at 10.15. 10.15. High risk trade. I'm only going to add to the position once. Long at 10.15. Basically, my stop loss is going to be here at 998. It's a hard stop. 998. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a squeeze. It's already squeezing. Look at this. So it's held support off the EMA 113. I'm going to put my stop loss to in the money now. 10.25 stop is observed.
I DM'd you the gamma.
Here we go, guys.
Look at the line in the middle. Look at the right compared to the left. And if you left is put, right is bald. The net.
All right, moving my stop up on LYT, 1041. 1041, we're locking in at least 2.6%. Come on. All right, just got stopped out, guys. Stopped out on LYT. That's a quick little trade. That was a quick one. All right, let's flip back to the indices here because the Qs are trying to attack a little bit of a gap fill here.
Unusual whales. This is next week. No, the one I sent you was this week. The next one I sent you was. Get it?
I also exited my Apple 170 calls. I did exit my Apple 170 calls just because I am seeing the markets potentially running into some resistance here. Qs could push for gap fill, but it's really looking a little bit shaky. You can see AMD on the 1 minute chart has triggered a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. It's trying to fight the neckline as we speak.
I'm just sitting back in my hands right now, just watching. People pushing pretty nice too. Actually, these last really since the open. I mean, really not bad looking for the last since 9:50. It's fine in my day.
NVDA 1460 call screens for April 19th. It's up 176%.
So unfortunately, the 440 put on the Qs is going against us as we speak, but AMD put is starting to work for us, still holding this SOXS long.
Our 875 calls are up 600%.
You see the Qs are pushing up. Russell's still strong. S&P is going for a new high. What do you think about the natural gas report today in 10 minutes? What's the expectation? I mean, the nice thing is you've sold off into it, but but I could still see it dipping a little bit more. A little bit more. But I mean, we're at levels where I think that, you know, the risk to reward certainly favors nat gas continuing higher. But a lot of the times they do like to dip nat gas on the report and then spike it back up. So I think if we flush to 186, which would be roughly a drop of about 4 or 5%, that probably provides a good risk to reward ratio on the long side. You know, I mean, it's tough. It's been putting in a nice consolidation pattern. It's not bad. Not bad, but I would like to see it dip a little bit lower. I'll keep it on my screen. On watch. NVIDIA new all-time high. Jeez, just a monster. Up another 3%. This thing just keeps going up 3% a day on a multi-trillion-dollar market cap. Is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. And here you have AMD, SMCI, Tesla all negative. Apple just slightly green. But NVIDIA's market cap now 2.28 trillion. Apple's 2.61 trillion. NVIDIA revenue 60.92. Apple revenue 383. So Apple's more than 5 times the revenue, but really only a few hundred billion away in market cap now. So pretty miraculous to see that NVIDIA just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. Now trading with the daily RSI at 83.1, weekly RSI 90.26 on a mega cap. The third largest company in the world, 90 RSI. Massive, massive extension move. Apple's coming in now. Bitcoin's coming in. All right, guys, I'm going to take a coin short here, 236.08 short coin, 236.08 short Coinbase. Seeing Bitcoin breaking down a little bit. 236.08 short coin. 236.08. Look at coin here. So Coinbase is trying to break down. It's trying to break lower. Bitcoin's back under 67K. That was the number I wanted to see Bitcoin hold, but it actually has not held. So we are seeing Coinbase fall here.
This is a real post from Ray Dalio. Ray Dalio just posted a very good screenshot of himself, or selfies of himself. I did see either just press a 3-paragraph from Ray Dalio. I had to double check that that was real.
Apple has gone negative again. Apple negative again. Qs are falling a little bit here. So it's been a good day for us so far. We've actually closed some nice winning trades on the session, and we're looking for more action here. We're looking for AMD to fall to 208. We're looking for coin to flush. We're looking for the SOX to get a good bid. Energy stocks still remaining kind of firm on the session. Again, Apple, Tesla, AMD, SMCI negative. NVDA just keeps surging higher here. No stopping in sight.
Yeah, we have, I think it was 75. I can't remember. I have to look, but I think it was 75 calls for April. Yeah.
So I'm watching Nat Gas. It's catching a little bit of a bid. I have it open on my other screen. It's down 0.6% at the moment. Down 0.6%. Consumer staples strong. In terms of sector performance today, all sectors are green. The best performing sector is XLB materials. Then XLE energy, which is surprising because Nat Gas and oil are both down. And then XLK obviously is strong on the back of NVIDIA. Guys, we're going to add to our SOXS position here at 289 if we flush. 289. You can see the Qs are pushing up here. Dollar's still in a little bit of a downtrend. The AI bubble, perhaps. Seems, at some point in time, these stocks are going to come in pretty hard because you can't have a multi-trillion-dollar name keep on a 9-week candle count to the upside, trading at a over 90 RSI on the weekly chart, not the daily, the weekly. And I mean, at some point, like, how much market share is there for NVIDIA to take? Because NVIDIA is going up and all the other semis are also trying to go up. But today you actually have some weakness across the semis. It's just really NVIDIA and AVGO pumping up the actual market. Coinbase moving up on us. Next ad level on coin is going to be at 238.08, so basically $2 higher, which we're almost into that range as we speak. All right, it just got filled. Sorry, I did not get filled. Just missed me by a couple pennies. $238.08 is the next fill on coin. Nat Gas inventories in 4 minutes. Still holding 208 puts on AMD, which are actually working out nicely. NVIDIA just keeps charging. No stopping in sight. Google pushing, Amazon pushing.
Wonder if we can run pull like we did yesterday. Those were some nasty candles down.
Again, I am seeing weakness in AMD, SMCI. So I'm pretty wild. I'm pretty amazed to see NVIDIA just holding up this well. Let's see if we can take a short on NVIDIA. Might regret it, but if QQQ fills this gap, I'm going to look for a short on NVIDIA. Actually, guys, I'm going to take a 900 put on NVIDIA, 0 DTE. 900 put on NVIDIA, 0 DTE. Size it for loss.
Watch CrowdStrike 330 call.
And again, the next ad level on SOXS is at 289. 289. So at the moment, we have a short on coin, we have a put on the Qs, a put on NVIDIA, and we have a put on AMD, and a long on SOXS, taking profits on the Russell, taking profits on Apple, taking profits on Amgen. All right, let's see if we get some sell side pressure at all. Right now, markets are still resilient, holding up extremely well. Another strong day for the indices as of now. Let's see if we get any sort of sell side pressure in the Magnificent Seven names. AMD is about $1 away from trending lower. Microsoft pushing still, Apple curling down. Nat gas inventories. Let's pull up that Nat gas chart, see if there's any sort of wild movement to trade. I'm going to keep UNG up on another window and Boyle. Oops, that's the wrong Nat gas window. I apologize. But NVIDIA carrying this market on its back. Absolutely carrying this market. So we're going to look at the hourly chart of Nat gas since it does have pretty big moves. If it flushes to 186, I'm a buyer of oil. You can see it is pumping up. Don't get faked. I don't know what the inventories are. I can try pulling them up here for Nat gas. Drawdown of, I think it's 40 billion. Let me just see. So consensus was a drawdown of 42 billion, came in at 40 billion. So a little bit less of a demand pull in the Nat gas space, but as of now, the market reaction has been positive. So it's actually flipped green on the session. So Nat gas is starting to push up here, but it's pushing up on a little bit of a weaker demand pull. So it just shows you that even the fundamentals, even though the consensus came in lighter, less demand, it shows that all right, I'm going to flip back to the Qs. Qs did come up to that gap fill. Let me just quickly see if it filled it. It missed it by a couple pennies, guys, on the Qs. SPY, again, did fill its gap, but Qs missed it by a few pennies. And we are starting to come in now. Still writing 440 put, still writing a short on coin. NVIDIA 900 put, still writing a 2080 DTE put on AMD. So we're nicely positioned here if we get any sort of a pullback. You still have strength in Microsoft, strength in Amazon. Whoa, MindMed up 66%. Geez, I mentioned that one in the pre-market. It was only up 25%. Mara down 4.2. NYCB up 10.4. SPY new all-time high. Yes, sir. Is it a new all-time high? Did it actually take the high? Wow, you're right. It did. Wow, I'm amazed. You're right. The high candle that I have on SPY was 514.26. New all-time high on SPY. Miraculous price action. Miraculous. All right, NVIDIA is starting to just weaken a tad here. Oil's starting to catch another little bid here. 356, I hope it'll hit in the coming days. Yeah, I hope so too. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it, right? Just a relentless buying pressure in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's now PE is 72, revenue 60.9. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I would say that 9 weeks up in a row in a multi-trillion-dollar name that's doing about 22 billion in revenue per quarter is just crazy. Crazy. Guys, AMD's teetering right on the brink of this little bit of a support level. If it breaks this, you can see this support here on AMD. If it breaks this, it's going to flush. Remember, AMD still carries a big weighting in the semiconductors, so it's important to recognize that it's a big weighting. So they are selling semiconductors under the hood, despite the SOX and SMH still so strong. They are selling semis under the hood here. And these 208 puts on AMD are actually going to be printing. They're printing right now. We're almost in the money on them.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, David, for the intro. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Joe. I'm the CFO from HAG. So basically, we entered into the Bitcoin mining industry back in 2014. So our visions.
AMD having a little bit of a technical breakdown here. 208 puts are almost in the money, guys. 208 puts are almost in the money. Come on, baby. Come on.
In a compliant, transparent, and sustainable way. So at the very beginning.
All right, guys. I did add to my Coinbase short at 238.08. Brings my average up to 236.95. 236.95 average. Amazon's a monster today, which makes me think Tesla may firm up. Guys, as soon as those AMD puts get in the money, I'm probably going to be securing profits.
So in IDEX, they got the solution to the security tokens and also a great solution to combine on-chain ownership and also distribution things together.
Bitcoin making another move higher as the dollar makes another leg lower. Next ad level on coin is 240.
Of Bitcoin mining. So INX as a transfer agent and also the platform that allowed us to distribute our net yield.
Tesla dipped and is flying. Yep. Tesla's up 0.74%. Definitely an oversold chart. And you are into some support here at kind of a double bottom range. One thing that's crazy is that Apple just can't catch a bid. I find that so fascinating that Apple just cannot catch a bid to save its life. You know, it's really wild. Coinbase ripping, pushing up here with Bitcoin, so we are seeing strength in coin. Qs look like they're going to fill that gap. Qs do look like they're going to fill the gap here. They came very close to doing so earlier. But if the Qs don't fill the gap, that's not a good sign, specifically because SPY is so strong at all-time highs, NVDA at all-time highs, Meta at all-time highs. All sectors green, yes sir. All sectors are green. Nat gas is now dipping, guys. So Nat gas had that little bit of a bullish wick up, roping people in on the long side, and now it's reversing back to the negative side. So yeah, Nat gas is a wild ride. How about buying NVIDIA long call? I can't chase it up here. Honestly, it goes against every bone in my body to chase it up here. 9 weeks up with this fundamental backdrop. I know people are justifying valuations left, right, and center on NVIDIA, but I can't. If you want to hedge your position, sure. If you're a little bit too levered, that's absolutely fine, but I can't personally buy it up here. Qs did fill the technical gap. AMD catching a bid. NVIDIA is still strong. Let's look at coin. Coin's pushing up to the next add level, guys. 240. 240. I will add to my coin short. Currently down on the position. I did add to my coin at 240. Brought up my average to 238.09. I don't even think we need to follow the Qs anymore. We just follow NVIDIA at this point. NVIDIA is still continuing to pump, guys. Still continuing to pump. Qs are still pushing up. QQQ short levels around 444.67. New highs on the SPY. New all-time highs on the SPY. Guys, I just added to my SOXS at 290. SOXS at 290. SOXS at 290. 290 brings my average down to 293 on the day trade. 293 on the day trade. NVIDIA is still pumping here. Just relentless. SPY still charging.
very much more than which I don't know if it's a bad thing or it's creative. But it was it's meant to be like in culture and social design because but when you get to serious business like real estate, bonds, private credit, trillion-dollar issues that have typically
For the last few sessions, we've been seeing a big morning pump and then kind of a late afternoon dump. We'll see. We'll see if that plays out today again. Obviously, stocks are pumping again. Apple still can't catch a bid. Negative when the Qs are up 1.26%. Really wild, guys. Wild stuff we're seeing here. NVDA, almost 2.3 trillion market cap. Apple, 2.61 trillion. About 300 billion difference. That is insane. That is insane, guys. We're witnessing history here. They seem like they're trying to take Apple down on us. NVIDIA up 3.6% now and climbing, carrying the Qs on its back. AMD still negative despite the strength in the semis. AVGO pumping. Bitcoin still up 1.73. Coinbase back to the green. Nat gas down 2% now. Nat gas down 2%. Oil down 0.75%. Dixie, new low of day. New low of day on the DXY. Microsoft still putting in new highs as well. AMD is firming up. Nat gas keeps going lower. So Nat gas actually is into a critical area here. If it loses that 192, 191 zone, it's probably going to head to gap fill. If it flushes to gap fill today, I do like it on the long side, guys. So a gap fill flush on Nat gas, I do like it on the long side. You are coming up into the 7-day moving average, which you're about to tag right now at 192.90. So there is some support on the daily chart here. You're tagging the 7-day moving average on Nat gas. Still seeing coin push up. My next add on coin is basically at those previous high pivots, 242.58 or higher. 242.58 or higher. I'm even tempted to add here because I am seeing Bitcoin running into some near-term resistance, sorry. NVIDIA is still pushing new highs. Must be a short squeeze. Nat gas trying to get a small bounce off of this zone. It is trying to get a small bounce. Dixie's now below 103 on the charts. Wow. Trader 586. This reminds me of so much of 2000. Doesn't end well. You know, it's certainly could be. Hindsight is always 2020. Can't connect the dots looking forward, only back. So we'll find out, right? Time will tell us. Time will tell us. But I mean, look at NVIDIA's daily chart now. Just a beast. An absolute monster. 83.4 RSI on the daily. 90.36 on the weekly. As of now, though, it's still holding firm, guys. It's still holding firm. Squeezing people out. Squeezing people out. I've been noticing, too, they've been pushing it up on the light volume in the pre-market. And then they cause short covering intraday in the morning. And then they dump it in the afternoon. So but indices are so strong. Q's up 1.35, SPY up 1, IWM up 1, dollar down, VIX down. Yields are slightly green, 2-year yield down, dollar down pretty substantially. BA looks like it's going high. Let's take a look at BA here. Boeing on the charts. Let's see what Boeing has to offer. Yeah, Boeing, probably there's news. I actually haven't even looked at my news wire here. Yeah, so Boeing does look pretty strong here. If it can break this range, I think you move all the way up to 205 today. So, I mean, it is looking strong. It's currently up on the session 0.71%. Huge volume on that spike. So it is looking poised to head higher here. I'm just looking to see if there's any. There's no news on my wire here, but I do think that is a news-based candle, that volume. Right now, the top S&P 500 names: Kroger, Freeport McMoran, On Semiconductor, Microchip Technology, Edward Life Science, Monolithic Power, Excel, Dominion Energy, NXP. Top decliners: HPE, STX, CPB, Amgen, WDC, GIS, Northrop Grumman, CME. Coinbase coming in a little bit. Nat Gas still under pressure this morning. Again, yeah, it does look like you want to clear this resistance zone on Boeing to move higher here. So QQQ, 10-minute chart, hitting some resistance. The resistance we're hitting on the Qs is if you take this parallel channel and you drop it like that, you can see the Qs have hit this up-sloping resistance. Nice little decline coming into the Qs. NVIDIA seeing some sell-side pressure now. Still very, very strong and elevated on the session. Still riding QQQ put, NVIDIA put, AMD put, and a Coinbase short and an SOXS long. Apple still negative on the session. AMD, SMCI also negative on the session. One of these days, NVIDIA is going to have a bullish breakout like this and then a reversal. One of these days, it's going to have a big intraday reversal. There's going to be a lot of A lot of sell side pressure. Can we look at nat gas? When can we look to add for nat gas? I think the only safe spot to add to nat gas if you're long already, you don't want to let it material impact your average in a negative way, right? So for instance, I'm still long UNG. We took profits at that high spike with members all the way up here. So we sold half our position. I'm still holding my average at 15.98 on UNG. So we're still in the money. I have a break-even stop on that trade just in case it starts to flush. But I've already taken profits at the 17.67 for 11.5% gain. So that was a nice win. But I personally won't add unless we dip below unless I dip below my average. I don't want to affect it that way. But I think if you're looking for any sort of a retrace, an appropriate level on the actual nat gas chart is probably into this gap fill, right at this 186 zone. 186 zone. And again, if you lose this little daily chart bar here, you're going to go down. You're actually going to go down to gap fill. But gap fill is the last line in the sand. You do not want to lose this 186 level, because if you lose 186, then you go down to this gap fill and maybe even double bottom. I still am bullish though. AMD coming in a little bit harder now, guys. Our semiconductor trade we're flat on. AMD is starting to print a little bit more. Still holding a coin short. AMD put, SOX long, NVIDIA put, QQQ put. Apple going lower, guys. Apple again negative on the daily session. This is the closest NVIDIA has ever been to Apple. Just over 300 billion difference in market cap. 2.29 trillion, almost 2.3 trillion. So about a 320 billion difference in market cap between NVIDIA and Apple. All sectors are still green. Amazon's coming in now. Meta's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Google's still strong in this range. It does look like it wants to push higher. Apple weak. Microsoft putting in some nice consolidation. NVIDIA seeing a little bit more heavier selling at the moment, but still super elevated, up over 3% on the session. You still have to respect it at this point in time. Tesla looking like it wants to break higher here. So Tesla might be a little bit of a long trade as the indices fall. It is looking poised to break higher off of this little flag pattern. So I'm keeping Tesla on watch. If Tesla clears that high of day pivot around 179.80, you could have a pretty substantial move up all the way to about 182, 180, 180. So keep Tesla on watch. Obviously, Tesla's still in a hard downtrend, so you have to be vigilant and cognizant of that. Wow. All right, Apple buy target at 168.15. I have a buy level at 168.15. Even in this area is so enticing, but Apple at 168.15 is a potential target. Wow. Jeez, Apple just cannot get out of its own way. Let's look at Apple here. So tempting to go long here again on Apple. I do have this parallel support channel on Apple that maybe we want to hit. So you can clearly see it on the 10-minute chart. I'm just going to extend this channel a little bit more forward. So Alright guys, so at the moment, QQQ up 1.2, SPY up 0.9, Russell up 0.9, neck and neck. Dollar down, VIX down, yields mixed across the short and the long curve. Long end yields are actually outperforming a little bit today. That could be due to the fact that we do have some auctions later this afternoon on the short end of the curve. NVDA is still a monster. AMD trying to firm up off this zone. Apple still negative and weak. Again, I like Apple down here at this 168 range for a long. Microsoft pushing up, Meta coming in a little bit. Canopy Growth catching a nice bid today, up about 4.47%. XOM still holding green despite the weakness in oil. JP Morgan slightly down. MindMed up 53.87%. Monster move on MindMed. Whoa. Copper stocks ripping again. SCCO, Freeport McMoran. Again, one of the best performers in the S&P 500 is Kroger. Ticker KR. So consumer staple name. Gapping up on earnings here on the daily chart. Let's take a look at Kroger. Monster candle to the upside. Heavy volume. Wow, look at that chart. Weekly chart. Let's see the weekly chart. Yeah, this probably is going to go back to all-time highs here. You know, especially since you negated this little bit of a bearish breakdown. You're back above this little resistance. So this is probably going back to all-time highs. As long as the market remains resilient and firm, and at the moment with NVIDIA keep pumping up 3% per day, it's probably going to stay firm. At the moment, we are seeing NVIDIA starting to come in just a tad. Worst performing stock in the S&P 500 today is Hewlett Packard, HPE, and then Seagate Technology. NYCB, it's not moving in any direction today. Let's take a look at NYCB. Yeah, I mean, you had a big gap up today, right? It's still up 7.23%. So big gap up. Now you're seeing consolidation. I mean, the bulls really don't want to see you lose this impulse green candle low. You want to hold this level here at 366. The positive for NYCB is that you're back above this low pivot at 360. But definitely being sold into off of this gap up. Let's look at the regionals, KRE. Yep, KRE coming down. Again, you lose this low pivot, and you're probably going to gap fill. Let's look at the QQQ again. Q still holding absolute resiliency. SPY also holding strong at 514. Wow, that LYT that we traded earlier, up a couple 100% from our entry. Jesus, Murphy. That's the could have, would have, should have are the best traders in the market. Take a look at this. If we only held that longer, I mean, we made money on it, but look at that. We ended up buying LYT down here at 10.15, And look at that move. Holy fuck. I sold at 210.41. What a regret. What a regret. Jesus, man. When you start seeing moves like that, it's just, you kind of have to kick yourself a little bit. And one of the reasons we bought here was because you hit that daily chart EMA 113. You actually pierced below it. But then I started seeing, these bottom wicks forming off of that level. Holding it, and then that's when you got your big breakout candle. My, oh my. I sold literally a couple minutes too early. This was a huge move. Jeez. Oh, anyways, can't look at that. It is what it is. Just got to keep marching forward with what we have in front of us at the moment. So at the moment, we're still riding 208 AMD puts, an SOX long at 293, Coinbase short at 238.08, and NVDA 900 put that I don't even know if it's going to work out because it's just a monster. It's in a squeeze mode. People are definitely over leveraged trying to short this thing, probably putting in 50-70% of their portfolio shorting this. And that's where the market makers are sniffing out that liquidity. AMD big push up. Apple's still interested in a potential long. You have Microsoft now pumping up, NVIDIA getting another pump. Meta 215 plus within 10 days. MDB, anyone? MongoDB? No MDB. Locked in profits, plenty of chances, well done regardless. Let's take a look at MDB. MongoDB. Daily chart. Hey Ram, when I buy stocks, when I say buy, I'm just buying common shares. And when I say I'm shorting, I'm just selling the common shares. And then when I say I'm getting in a put or a call, that's when I'm playing options. But generally when I say buy or I'm going long, I'm looking at just common shares. And then I always differentiate between calls, puts, and common shares. MongoDB sitting on that EMA 113, piercing below it. This is a very similar setup to that LYT. Obviously, it's not going to make a few 100% move, but definitely looking like it wants to bounce off of the zone. Heavy red bar sell off into it, pierced it, gap up, rejected again. Now you're bouncing. So this one does look like it's into some support. You have this big volume gap here that it should try to get above, but you keep getting rejected at that volume gap. So I think that if MDB can push up about that gap, then you're going to retest this 424 pivot. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders on the SPY forming. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders on the SPY forming. It hasn't triggered it. And indices are still super, super strong. Earnings tonight on MDB. I didn't even realize that. Let's take a peek. Oh, yeah, earnings. So, I mean, the fact that it's sold off into earnings lessens the expectations. Investors are obviously pricing in a report that's not as good, hence the sell-off, but that makes it more of a likely candidate to bounce. You are at some critical support here, but again, it's just a little bit of a gamble. Nat gas getting interesting. Yep, Nat gas is getting interesting. It's hitting that daily chart 7-day moving average on Nat gas. Yeah, this MongoDB is a tricky chart. All right, guys, so the SPY 1 minute head and shoulders. SPY 1 minute head and shoulders is potentially going to unfold. We shall see. Basically, you need to break this little neckline in order for the head and shoulders to be fulfilled. And if you break that neckline, then that's when you get a little bit of a down move of roughly 90 cents. But as of now, indices are still strong and you're consolidating above that previous high pivot. So this previous high pivot is acting as support. on the SPY for now. Apple still down in a strong market. SMCI down. Tesla made a nice bullish recovery up 1.27. SMCI still lagging. Bitcoin still pushing up. A lot of stocks are squeezing today in small cap land. All sectors still green on the session. IWM's actually coming in. So IWM showing some relative weakness as the SPY is pushing up here. You actually have the Russell 2000 selling off a little bit. AMD big monster push on AMD. Dollar's trying to bounce a little bit, but still super, super weak on the session. Super, super weak. So you can see AMD negating that little neckline. Same thing with that one. Tesla's trying to push higher here. Nat gas now down 2.93%. Microsoft up 1.4%. NVIDIA up 3.5%. Apple negative. Gold up 0.17%. Silver up 0.7%. Yields are kind of flat, mixed. S&P is lagging. Sorry, Russell's lagging the S&P. S&P is lagging the Qs. Qs are lagging the SOX. So again, semiconductors are seeing all of the liquidity flow, nothing really changing there. Tesla's at some decent resistance at the moment. S&P's coming down, watching for this little bit of a break on the head and shoulders pattern. Let's see if we get a little bit of a breakdown. That LYT up 466%, IMRN up 123%, MindMed up 50%, Palantir Green up 3%, New York Community Bank up 4.3%, trading at that 361 level. That's critical support. If it loses that, things look a little bit more vulnerable on New York Community Bank. Soundhound up another 14%, IMRN up 118%, Mara negative, SoFi negative, AMD green, NVIDIA green, Rivian green, Apple negative, Neo negative, Grab up 0.97, ADT down 9.64, Intel up 3.6, Snap up 5.3, Pfizer negative. So you can see the SPY dipped to that little bit of a neckline zone.
Honestly, I'm so glad this next Leona guy is not here. This sucks. I mean,
SPY is now catching a bid through Apple. Still interested in going long Apple, but I'm hoping it dips one more little time here. SPY catching a bid. QQQ going for new highs. NVIDIA is still strong, and
What the hell? I wish I was price action took me to sleep. But yeah, let's check this one. What's your resistance here?
my last trade AI, expect to pop later. Let's take a look at AI.
Bounce off the 200 EMA on the daily today. That's why. And around 540. Still no update.
That's probably a smart idea. It's common sense. It's probably a smart idea on MongoDB. Let's take a look at AI. Naresh putting up AI. AI, nice little 1 minute bull flag trying to break out here. So that's looking promising. AI currently is down 0.5% on the session. So weak in a strong market. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at the moment. Weak in a strong market. Basically, you want to hold this level or else you go back down to gap fill. Let's look at the hourly chart. Not my favorite setup on AI. It is trying to consolidate. It does look like it's going to come back down and fill this earnings gap up on AI. I like it at this EMA 113 around this 2847 level. That's where I could see AI pulling back to. That's probably a better risk to reward entry for me. Other than that, AI has broken out of this little bit of a downtrend there. So if we get a retest to that EMA 113 right at this breakout trend line, that's where I would personally be a buyer looking long. I'll actually add an alert there. So Russell's actually breaking down more, which is kind of telling us that this S&P is going to play out likely to the downside. Seeing NVIDIA weakening just a tad, Apple's still holding, but the Russell's definitely underperforming. Still green, but seeing more and more sell-side pressure on the Russell 2000. Really, there's been no dollar bounce, no yield bounce, no VIX bounce. So it's just a pure technical sell-off. SPY right back to the neckline. NVDA also. Oil is actually getting a nice little pop at the moment, so oil is getting a pop. SPY back above that neckline. So now we just adjust the neckline. If we get a 1 minute close above this neckline, which we'll know in 17 seconds, then we just adjust the neckline to down here, and it's still valid. But right as of now, we're just seeing if we want to get a close above that area. If NVIDIA keeps pushing, it likely will. But Microsoft's coming in just a tad. Meta's still pushing up. Google seeing some small sell side pressure. So S&P did get a close above that little neckline, which does now put the new neckline here. Alright guys, we've just seen the Qs actually push up here. NVIDIA ripped, made a new all-time high there yet again. Still continuing to grind higher here. SPY still stuck in this range, potentially developing a right shoulder, but looking like it wants to push higher. Apple got a nice rip there. Amazon, Meta, Google, pretty much everything participated except for Tesla in that rally. Dollar making new lows back under 103. So that's why the markets again also took advantage of that last little power candle, because the dollar dumped quite substantially. So still clear correlation between the indices and the dollar falling, markets up. So definitely still seeing great strength in the markets as of now. NVIDIA up 3.86%, again narrowing that distance between Apple. Apple did turn positive, it's up 1.13%. Our Coinbase short is starting to come in. I'm close to adding to my SOXS again, guys. I am close to adding to my SOXS again. We are continuing to come down here on the SOXS. So our average is currently sitting at 293. So we are down in that position, unfortunately, but there's just been no sell side pressure yet in the market. So next ad level on the SOXS position is at 281. 281. And that'll be our third entry on the long side of this day trade. Third entry. SPY, hard candle down there on the SPY, guys. Hard candle down on the SPY. Really, that was because of NVIDIA and Microsoft's curling down. Bigger breakdown on the SPY. Now trying to trigger this head and shoulders pattern again. Now trying to trigger this head and shoulders pattern. The real sell side pressure on that dip came from Microsoft and NVIDIA on the 1 minute chart, but SPY getting gobbled right back up. Wielding a market cap of 2.3 trillion now. Apple's wielding a market cap of 2.61, so about 313 billion difference between between Apple and NVIDIA. I think that's pretty much what everyone's watching. But imagine how many people are still long Apple and not happy, like the Warren Buffetts. Maybe Warren Buffett's been dumping his largest holding, Apple, and accumulating NVIDIA. Oil's trying to push up here. Still negative on the session. Nice little dip on NVIDIA there. Coin, we're almost in the money on that short. Still just waiting patiently. QQQ, the upside measured move, the max measured move that I have today is all the way at 446.30. 446.37 to be precise. But right now you are into some really decent support. And same thing with the dollar. The DXY on the daily chart is into your impulse green candle low. So watch out, I'll show you this on the daily chart. You can see the DXY is into this impulse green candle low. So this was your huge breakout candle. You're now back testing that previous candle. There should be some support here on the DXY, but really if you start losing that, then you're going to 102.60 on the session. So let's continue to peek at the SPY. ENB and Bridge still pushing up. Bitcoin still above 67,000. Tesla curling down. Tesla's looking like it's going to go negative again. So, I mean, as oversold as Tesla's, as oversold as Apple is, still kind of showing weakness, even though the S&P Qs are still pushing up, still showing weakness. SPY right now is starting to test this neckline again. If we break it, we should have a likely move down to about 513. We're seeing the SPY trigger this little head and shoulders. It needs to confirm on the 1 minute chart. NVIDIA falling a little bit here. Still riding 900 puts on NVIDIA. Still riding a QQQ put, which is definitely kicking our ass today. But we closed a nice trade on the Russell already. Coin, I'm still riding a short on Coin. Let's take a peek at Coin. Coinbase, we're basically just slightly down on the trade. My average on Coin is sitting at 230. Sorry, we're actually in the 238.09. We are in the money on Coin. 238.09. We're now in the money on Coin. Seeing Bitcoin trying to retest 67K. So SPY is still trying to hold this little neckline. The sheer strength and power in NVIDIA is being observed. Let's see if we're getting some sort of a topping tail on NVIDIA. No topping tail yet on the intraday time frames. 4-hour chart, still an hour and 50 minutes left. But Coinbase is coming down nicely. Still holding a put, a 208 put on AMD. Still holding an SOXS long, down about 6 cents on the trade. 6 cents per share. Coin's falling a little bit harder now. Let's see the resistance or support on Coin. Coinbase is coming up into this little bit of a trend line. You can see there on the 10-minute chart. SPY right back up. Right back up. Tesla's green, SMCI slightly negative, AMD slightly green. NVIDIA is carrying the market on its back, up 3.5%. NVIDIA is still carrying this whole market on its back. Apple caught a nice little bid. It's flipped basically slightly green. Microsoft up 1.5%. So another strong move on Microsoft. Strong move on Microsoft. Microsoft is into some resistance here. I'll show you this Microsoft chart. You can see Microsoft is really just butting up into this little bit of a trend line. From this pivot low to this pivot low, you can see that Microsoft is at some clear resistance as we speak. SPY still acting resilient. Coinbase coming in a little bit more now, guys. I'm writing 900 puts on NVIDIA. 900 0DT put. I'm getting my ass handed to me, but I'm sticking through it. I'm sticking through it at the moment, but I'm writing a 900 put on NVIDIA. And I took it right at this 914 area, 913.98. So I'm definitely down on the trade right now. But it's starting to come in. Still down. AMD were basically just flat. Bitcoin starting to roll over just a little bit more, guys. We are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure in Bitcoin, but Microsoft, Google, and Meta still resilient here, pushing higher. Apple pushing higher. Google phenomenally strong today. Keeps charging higher, up 2.18% on the session. So Google's continuing to march higher and higher. We are going to hit some daily chart resistance at 134.82. So about 50 cents higher is the 7 daily moving average. So keep that on watch for Google. That is a short trade on Google. If we push up straight continuously into that 134.82, look for a short on Google. You could probably get an easy 20 to 50 cent pullback on Google. So 134.82 is a short zone on Google for me. So QQQ is trying to put in new highs on the session. Did just briefly wick up their SPY. Starting to lag a little bit at the moment. You do have NVDA trying to push back up. Apple curling down. Google still charging higher. Meta still ripping and roaring up 3.2. Tesla's just chopping sideways in a range. Again, oil trying to go green. It's only down 0.12%. Nat gas still down 2.88%. SPY still just potentially carving out a right shoulder here for this pattern to play out. We got that dip, but then a bullish recovery. So as of now, the technical picture is okay on the SPY. Can you check sound for a long sound hand? Sure. I'll check SOUN. Currently that one's seeing a nice 18.6% gain on the session, roughly 42 million shares. It is the third largest volume traded ticker today. So SoundHound AI breaking out on the 1 minute chart here, squeezing higher. Yeah, this looks like it's going to push higher here. I mean, you're getting a little extended intraday on the 10-minute chart. Daily chart, you're going to see you're into this little resistance trend line and you're trying to get above it. So If you can get a couple closes above that, then yeah, it does look like Soundhound wants to push for this gap fill. 738. 4-hour chart, hourly chart. 3 hours of upside. Not a bad looking chart as long as the market holds up. You're coming up into this little bit of a breakdown bar here. So this is where you had your bear flag forming, and then you had an impulse move up, gap up, trying to break out, and then you got rejected. So there is some sellers going to be sitting here on Soundhound. There's some sellers sitting in this region because this is where you actually had your first little bearish bar breakdown. So, I mean, maybe you push up to the top of that bar, but there's going to be some sellers sitting in this range on SOUN. But volume certainly coming in, looking decently. Not a bad chart at the moment. But again, you've had the backdrop of a super strong semiconductor market, AI hype still. So this one's probably just been moving in sympathy because it has AI in its name. Semis have been strong. Market has been strong. All right, SPY, definitely seeing some distribution in this range. Some definite distribution is occurring in this range on the SPY chart. And again, if we trigger that head and shoulders, we should see more downside in the market. Still holding an SOXS long at 293, a coin short at 238.09, NVDA put, AMD put, Apple back to the negative side, go figure. Google seeing a little bit of a 10-minute topping tail forming, a little bit of a bearish reversal on Google. NVIDIA is still trying to push higher here. No problem, Mike. No problem. Any other tickers, guys? I'm going to have to end the stream a little bit early. I have to do a quick check on one of the properties before our Airbnb guests check in tomorrow. But I'll keep the stream going, and I'll try to come back for the afternoon session. We are seeing Microsoft weakening just a tad here. QQQ has been riding the short-term 7 intraday moving average on the 10-minute chart all day long. The QQQ hasn't broken below that short-term moving average on the 10-minute chart. I'll just pull it up here to show you. So 7 moving average in yellow. QQQ's just been riding this bad boy up all day long. So I think if you do break it at some point today, you're going to get a pretty big down move, I think, retesting the lower boundary channel here. Again, Qs are trying to break out of this channel here, but I think we revert back to the low of the channel, which would be a pre-market high. I think we get a retest at some point. But as of now, you know, NVIDIA and semis are just too strong for the market to try to sell off.
SPX is starting around at 150. Already showing this more strength. Yes, this might be it though.
I think Natgas is nearing. Can you take a look at Abercrombie and Fitch, ANF? Yep, I'll take a look at ANF. We traded that one on the short side yesterday successfully. Yeah, it just looks like a little bit of an inside bar bearish pattern on the 10-minute chart. So seeing some sell-off, profit taking ahead of that earnings, or sorry, after that earnings report. I still think you retest 126.05. That's your pre-market low from that earnings gap down. So I still think 126 is low, but even I could see a retest of 112. I think that's going to be probably very likely. You're seeing Abercrombie weak in a strong market, potentially a little bit of a weekly topping tail forming. Obviously, there's still 1 day left. But look at that move that ANF has had. Do not chase it up here. I think Natgas is nearing that gap. I'm actually debating whether or not to go long here, actually. Natgas is the gap fill. The official gap fill is at 186.22, 23-ish. So I would personally wait there. I mean, yeah, you could. You're at support right now. You're at some daily chart support. You're still putting in inside bar consolidation. You're still above the weekly 7 moving average, which is a positive. The weekly 7 moving average is actually sitting at 189.7. So you could go a little bit lower. Let me pull in this natural gas chart. So daily chart on nat gas. I'll take a look at Costco in a minute. So this is the daily gap that it absolutely needs to hold. There will be a lot of support there, in my opinion. I think that's a really good entry zone to start a position if you haven't been long nat gas. Even here is probably pretty decent. Still super oversold. But, oops, flipping the wrong chart there. But if we look on the weekly chart of this nat gas chart, and we throw on the 7-week moving average, look what you're holding above. You know, you're holding above this 7-week moving average right now. That's still a really good long entry around that 189, 190 zone as well. So that should be a lot of support. But the big thing is staying above this volume gap. This weekly volume gap from all the way from 2020, that's the line in the sand for the bulls. That's the bigger support area. So if you want to be more aggressive, sure, you can go long now, accumulate a position, just understand it can go a little bit lower. But I do think that, you know, even buying at this area come 3 to 6 months, it's going to be much higher. I think we'll be well above 225, potentially into the $3 range on that gas. Another pop on NVDA there. SPY. Qs did put in a new high there. SPY is still trying to put in another high. It is looking likely that it will. You can see the SPY charging higher here. Big pop. Apple's surging. Meta's still at the highs. Tesla's still just lagging. It is green, but Tesla's lagging. Let's look at Costco for its common sense. COST. Costco. Costco's also been a monster. Monster. Look at that chart. It's almost worse than NVIDIA. Wow. 84 RSI daily. Weekly 85. Expectations are sky high for Costco going into this earnings report. Expectations are sky high. If you want to go long Costco here, you could, but I'm not. Way too extended for me. You haven't had a pullback. Look how stretched you are from that 7-day moving average. Last time you were this stretched was this period. You can see you kind of have a similar gap up, push up, and then a big sell off. I mean, it's a bullish name, but just be patient with it. You probably get a retest of at least the 7 moving average at some point. So many of these stocks are in blow off top modes, just absolute pandemonium. Costco breakout. This is it broke out much. It broke out down here. You can see this wedge pattern. That was the breakout down here. And then you got another breakout right off of this pivot, 578. And then you got another breakout here. But honestly, like the expectations into the earnings off of this move is sky high. I'd be more inclined that they drop it. You could see an initial spike, but then I think a reversal. I think this name will be sold into. It'll probably put in a really good earnings report as it does. Pretty crazy that one of my first jobs was working at Costco when I was a student. And I remember the part of working Costco there, you get to buy shares. And you get to buy fractional shares. And I remember accumulating when I was working part-time there, going to school. And it was one of the best things I did was slowly taking a little bit of my paycheck off, adding to Costco shares. And then when I finally left and quit, I had a nice savings. But oh my goodness, I wish I held them. I remember selling my Costco shares basically around this 550 level. And look at it now. Holy. Now you get to short Costco. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. It's tempting. But this market has just been absolutely insane. It's even been a tough market to short. It's been a really tough market to short. And Costco's still one of those blue chip staples names. But yeah, definitely, I think if you're buying the long side up here, your upside is limited, and the expectations are sky high at the moment. All right, let's flip back to the S&P. Q's new high. Q's are putting in new highs. S&P still trending higher here. Even this S&P chart is just miraculous. Just absolute huge extension move. You can see NVIDIA potential. Now, NVIDIA is the king of negating these bearish patterns, but you have a little bit of a distribution pattern forming here on NVIDIA. It really only triggers when you break this little neckline zone. So, I mean, if that breaks on NVIDIA, and it's a big if, because like I said, it's the king of having these fake breakdowns, then we should push back down to about 908 on the chart. All right, guys, I added to my SOXS here at 284. 284 brings my average down to 289. I added to my SOXS. That is my third entry on the long side of this SOXS position. So it brings my average down to 289. 289. So we did add here at 284. What's the supply? I'm just saying you're... Yeah, exactly, Mike. Absolutely. The risk does favor a short. I even think if you shorted it here before earnings, probably in 2 to 3 months, you'll likely see a dip to put you in the money. So I do think it's a good risk reward. So yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. How long did you say nat gas hits 220? 3 to 6 months? Yeah, I have a time frame of 3 to 6 months. It could be sooner. It could absolutely be sooner. But 3 to 6 months is, I think, a reasonable time frame. But it could absolutely, I mean, it could hit it in a month. Like if you look at the nat gas chart, I'm just looking at it here on my other screen. And basically, I'm just looking at these sell-off zones. So nat gas had a sell-off range. Just give me a second here. I want to just look at something before I start speaking on nat gas. I'm just trying to isolate down this range. So nat gas, yeah, had a sell-off from 367 down to 216, give or take a few dollars. That was roughly a 40% decline over 42 days. Then nat gas bounced from 220 all the way back up to 315. So that was a bounce of roughly 41% over 27 days. So it shows you that once nat gas starts to bounce, it really starts to bounce. And then again, we had that same sell-off from 310 all the way down to about, what was it? I have here on the chart 160-ish. That was about a 48% decline over 42 days. So, I mean, just simply using, so I mean, within a month, nat gas can definitely hit that target, within a month, just based off of previous cycle moves. Just got news. Sweden joins NATO after 2 years of waitlist. Again, more and more countries that join NATO, it puts a little bit more pressure on the war, the Ukraine-Russia war, adds a little bit more stress. Med is still just ripping. What was the supply going? Go back to the weekly chart, Mavi, on nat gas, and there's a gap fill all the way in 2020. It's around 186, just above 186. The exact date in 2020, let me just scroll there. Just give me a minute. So it was around that July 2020. July 27th, kind of beginning of August, late July 2020. That's a big, big volume supply zone where you gapped up on the weekly chart. And right now you are holding above it. Just 1 second, guys. Yeah, hey Arvid. Yeah, I can release a video on Nat Gas tonight. I'll try to do my best. Ram, sorry about your message. QQQ, how about QQQ puts expiry tomorrow? Yeah, I like those. I like those. You know, high risk play, but I do like those. I think the Qs, again, the Q upside today, the max measured move I have is 446.30, 446.37 maybe. I have a slight upsloping trend line, so, but QQQ upside is 446.30. That's my max measured move for the day. And I mean, even in this zone, we're super, super lofty. But I think that's a pretty good risk to reward setup there. I do like that. Oil's starting to catch another bid, guys. So oil's trying to push up. Hey, Arvid, what are my thoughts? What are you looking at? NVDA, S&P, Qs, Bitcoin, crypto, Nat Gas. What are you looking at? QQQ new highs. QQQ new highs. Guys, Google's coming up into a short zone. The daily 7 MA, daily 7 a.m. MA sitting at 134.85. I do like that zone, 134.85 as a potential short scalp. Potential short scalp. It's risky because communication stocks are some of the best performing sector. It actually is the best performing sector. Communication stocks, even outperforming XLK. Obviously, the SOX is still outperforming everything, up 3.5%. Nat Gas. Yeah, I think you're at daily chart support on Nat Gas. 192.96. You're tagging the 7-day moving average right now. So there is some support here. Still a positive weekly gap up. You know, aggressive traders buy here. More conservative traders will wait for 186.20. But I do think that it's a good opportunity to enter long. I think now that inventories are out, shaking out a little bit of the weak hands, we could see higher price action. SPY going for a new high of day. So SPY is going for a new high of day. Any members in the stream, I just did a fairly large add to my SOXS position. My SOXS position.
Looks like it was on the Celtic.
At 12:13, 2 minutes ago, 338,000 calls. 5,800.
Alright, so we're seeing the S&P still trying to push for new high. Qs are still pushing up. NVIDIA is catching a bid. AMD is trying to push higher. Bitcoin's back to the highs of the session where it got rejected intraday. It's now trading at 67,800. 67,800. NVIDIA is still remaining firm and strong. All right, so Tesla's still coming in. It's looking like it's going to go deeply negative again. It's slightly negative on the session. slightly negative. NVIDIA still up 3.6, AMD up 0.6, SMCI up 1.3, AVG up 3.7, Bitcoin up 2.5, Q's up 1.6, SPY up 1, IWM up 0.78. NVIDIA still just chopping in this range. Never triggered the head and shoulders. Still super, super strong on the session. S&P, another new high. S&P, another new high. Crazy price action in the semis, guys. Crazy price action in the semis.
Yeah, so Netflix at 12 o'clock and then it closed at 3 million came in and then 2.2 million came in. January 2025 of 340 and 360 gold. Even point. Look at Memphis now. That's top.
Still seeing the indices just grind higher, candle by candle, grinding higher. Interesting to see JP Morgan reversing from the highs, putting in a bearish engulfing candle at the highs. So JP Morgan kind of showing us that, you know what, things are selling off here in some of the financials. Hey Ram, I got your message here. It's really up to you. I'm also holding a fairly large size position. I mean, a very large size position. And you probably just got the alert, so it's going to be up to you. You know, roughly it's about 15% of my portfolio, so it's fairly large. So it's kind of up to your risk management profile there. Obviously, you got the alert. You've seen what I just did. You know, things have gotten absolutely crazy on this front. Hey, it's Common Sense. Have you looked at what the communication drivers and laggards are? No, I actually have not. Do you have anything to share? Have you looked at them yourself? And then Mike, 440Q puts I took this morning expiring tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, that's the ones I was talking about. No, sorry, not 440. One of the viewers was just exploring the idea of writing some QQQ puts into tomorrow. We never discussed what we were going to take. We just were looking at QQQ puts. So I mean, I got my ass absolutely handed to me this morning on 440 puts on the Qs. So those ones, you know, I'm down. Hopefully I get some sort of a dip, but it just seems like the markets are so resilient at this point in time. So I don't know if we are going to, but 440 puts I took this morning and I got absolutely demolished, run over. So those ones, if I had a redo on them, I mean, you're probably going to at least get a retest tomorrow of 444. Those are probably safe. If you're looking for a little bit more risk, maybe 442s. Yeah, we're in this together for sure. For sure. Robinhood only had March 8th expiry dates where you called them out. When you called them out. Weird, eh? You're long nat gas, Michael. Nice. Is it bouncing here? Yeah, you're at some support. Oil's getting a face ripper here. Oil's actually gone positive. So you might see the indices weaken here because it seems that every time oil goes up, the dollar tries to follow suit. So you may see it weaken. I'm still long the SOXS. Day trade at 289. I'm still writing a coin short and an AMD put and a QQQ put, but those are definitely against us at the moment. We took massive profits on Amgen, good profits on the Russell, this morning profits on Apple. But look at oil. Oil's starting to go. Bitcoin trying to go for a new high of day. Tesla's back to the green side, trying to make a little bit of a bullish recovery and reversal. Still much weaker than the market, underperforming drastically. SPY trying to see some sellers. Russell still holding up okay, but definitely lagging the other indices. Meta insider long call. Just be careful. Meta did put in a 10-minute topping tail intraday. Had a nice reversal in volume, heavy volume on there. So I'd be cautious about going long Meta here. I'd be very cautious. It's had a stellar move today. It's already up 4.3% on the session. Markets are into some near-term resistance here. You can see SPY's potentially putting in a double top. NVDA testing the neckline of this head and shoulders again, guys. NVIDIA coming to test the neckline. Nice dip on the SPY coming into play. Nice little dip on the SPY coming into play here. NVIDIA trying to break this neckline, but again, remember, it's the king of breaking this neckline and teasing people in on the short side. Look at this bullish divergence on the SOX ETF. Huge oversold condition. Positive divergence on the SOX. I mean, semiconductors have just been absolutely resilient. Starting to come in a little bit now. Nat gas taking a small dip. Still riding NVIDIA. 900 puts SOX long at 289. And then we also have a AMD 208 put. Coin short at that 238.09. That one's gone against us a little bit. Another bank saved by the Fed. Yep, another bank saved by the Fed is New York Community Bank Ripon today. I know one of the members were trading that yesterday. It's up 6.65%. Still above that 360 zone, so it's still technically okay to go long. But definitely risky trading the regionals. Definitely a lot of risk. All right, guys, I'm going to call the stream to an end. I'm going to keep it going. I just have to step away for a minute, prepare for some Airbnb guests that are checking in tomorrow. So I'm just going to ride my trades. If anything changes regarding the trades, I'll put them in the chat. Obviously, members, you saw some pretty big position changes and updates today. So definitely just keep following those alerts. NVDA is still the strong horse above 900 right now on the session, but teetering on this little neckline. If you break it, you move down to about 909. SPY still strong, but seeing a double top rejection. QQQ still strong on the session. It is the strongest indice. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid as oil's also moved up, so potentially watching oil continue higher and the dollar also maybe firming up here at the lows. Still weak and below 103, which is why the markets are absolutely loving it. But on that note, I'm looking for the SOXS to basically move back into this gap fill around 296. Looking for NVIDIA to fall back to 900. I'm looking for the SPY to retest this 512.30 area. I'm looking for Microsoft to pull back to about 405.50. Google, it's in a world of its own. Amazon's in a world of its own right now. Still very, very strong. But on that note, thank you all for tuning into the stream this morning. And if anything changes, I will update you. And congrats on the Russell trade. Congrats on Apple trade. Congrats on Amgen. Congrats on LYT. The biggest regret of the day is LYT. We only managed to squeeze out 3% profit when it's up over 583% now. Could have banked probably at least 50-60% on that trade. But again, that's just how she goes in the market sometimes, right? Any final questions before I pause before I go silent on the mic? I see Ram here. NYCB, I still have a straddle on it. Nice. That's good. Lots of volume on that NYCB. Any final questions? Will you be back for Power Hour? Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan, Briston. I'll try to be back for Power Hour. Do you think NVIDIA going for the 1,000? You know, everyone and their mother's watching that level, that 1,000 level. You are seeing some flow regarding that level, but that's like, you know, if it moves to 1,000, that's another, what would that be from current levels? Just give me a second here. Still about another 9% rally, just under 9% rally. So on a 2.3, let me just do some quick math here. Currently trading at 2.29 plus 9%. So that would put it at roughly a 2.5 trillion market cap if it pushes to 1,000. And that would be very close to Apple. That would be about 100 billion, 110 billion shy of Apple. You know, could it push there? Yeah, but when you're trading into these extremes, you know, 9 weeks up consecutively, most overbought weekly RSI, there's certainly a very likely chance of profit taking. Very likely chance. Remember, this is the third biggest company in the world now, bloating portfolios, and at some point, FAs will start to trim, hedge funds will start to trim just because it goes outside of their accumulation range, their portfolio size and percentage range. So I'm finding it hard pressed to head to 1,000, maybe in, you know, some due time, but I think that a correction is likelier. Okay, guys. Thank you all. Just be patient with some of these trades. You know, still riding AMD, coins, SOX, and and a QQQ put and an NVIDIA put. Thank you very much. No problem. No problem. So, all right, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Hey guys, just quickly jumping back on the mic here. We have seen the indices sell off from the highs, still very, very strong, just a little bit of profit taking. Yep, nat gas sinking like a ship, definitely, but I think this is the level on nat gas to start accumulating at. If I actually pull up the natural gas chart, you're back below that 186 level, but this is where it needs to hold. So I think that starting a position in this range is probably lucrative at this point. Just recognize that if we do lose this 186 level on the nat gas chart, you could actually flush all the way down to this gap fill at 167. So definitely a big decline in nat gas today, down 6.16%, kind of punishing the late chasers at the moment, but still just at support, right? We haven't really, you filled that nice technical gap, but you really need to hold the line in the sand here for the bulls, or else you do run the risk of falling lower. And if we fall lower here, nat gas could be in for another 9-10% down move from current levels. So looking at the S&P, SPY here. Let's see if we get another daily close above yesterday's or that Monday reversal. That's what I'm watching for. So far we are above it. We need to hold above this 514 level. AMD's gone negative in a strong market. So AMD negative. NVIDIA still strong. Apple green. Microsoft up 1.5%. AVGO ripping, soaring, and roaring. Oil went negative, but energy stocks are still holding up. You are seeing there has been some small accumulation in the VIX today, so just it's still negative, but you have seen some small accumulation. SOX is moving up off the lows here, so we are seeing that. Bitcoin's still stuck under 67.6. Meta had a nice sell-off from the highs, now trading the 510 range. Again, NVIDIA is still really, really strong, but we are seeing a little bit of a breakdown coming into some individual names here. SPY looks like it could go a little bit lower today. See AMD, a nice 40 minutes of consecutive selling on AMD. AMD support is going to be at this trend line here, but that is starting to come in just a little bit. Hey Mavi, managed to lower my average to 235 to 1989. Hopefully this line holds. I can get out. We come retest. Yeah, hopefully it holds. Hopefully it holds. You are on a 4-hour 3-bar surge, so typically you do get a bounce after 4 hours of 3 4-hour bars to the downside. So you're getting oversold intraday. You know, RSI is trading at 16 on the hourly chart. Definitely oversold on the 10-minute chart. Trying to put in a little bit of a bullish divergence, but we'll see. Again, nat gas has a tendency to overshoot in both directions. So still in a technical downtrend, so to speak, in nat gas, but I do think that again, it's at a very, very key spot here and likely a good risk to reward scenario. You love Boyle here? Yeah, I think Boyle can definitely get a bounce at these zones. So, I mean, swinging some Boyle calls or, just give yourself a little bit of time on the clock. I don't know if we bounce tomorrow, but certainly could, right? But a reaction of this nature was due to the fact that the inventories came in a little bit less than expected. There was less demand showing based off of the build. You're never trading that gas again. Don't say that. It's amazing. Just Mavi. I don't know if you're part of my Telegram alert service, my subscription service, but definitely check it out. You know, we've traded nat gas pretty successfully. It's actually one of my most successfully traded tickers. A little too early as usual. Yeah, that's okay, guys. I think that give yourself. Everyone wants those instant gratification gains, right? But give yourself a little bit of time, and nat gas will do a turnaround. The world still uses nat gas. The world still needs nat gas. It's not going anywhere. All right, NVIDIA getting a little bit of a bounce here. Just a relentless monster. Keeps trading higher and higher. Keeps trading higher and higher. I hear you. Big push in NVDA there. Big push in NVIDIA. S&P still trying to put in some consolidation. Could be a little bit of a head and shoulders forming on the 2-3 minute chart. Again, we said that earlier, and obviously it got negated. So we're watching the next pattern play out. But if we close about 514.20, it's bullish. All right, guys, I'll just be right back and get your phone call. Oh, thanks, Six Contents. Yeah, my cat's going crazy. Every time I get back, my cat and dog go crazy. She loves to meow. She loves to meow. All right, so right now S&P is just in a little bit of a range, consolidation range. You can see this short-term MA is sloping down, so it does favor a little bit more downside. Yeah, nat gas can wreck your account quickly if you leverage big positions. Absolutely, it can. Absolutely. Yeah, Michael, the sound's off. I'm just on a phone call. Last few minutes here, guys. We are seeing NVIDIA push for new highs. Apple, yes, falling. Google falling. Meta curling up. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Mainly just semiconductors catching a bid here. AMD, SMCI, NVIDIA all ripping into the close, pushing the Qs up. But definitely, yeah, another day where Apple's definitely underperformed the market. Only up 0.06%. Almost negative when the Qs are up 1.6%. Mainly the heavy lifting is being done by NVIDIA. Closing at 926.88 at the moment. Another phenomenal day for NVIDIA. Now approaching 84 on the daily RSI. It's well over 90 on the weekly RSI. Last time we saw SMCI hit those mid-90s, you had that 20% drop. Not saying that that's going to happen to NVIDIA, but it's certainly due for some sort of a consolidation. Nat gas wrecked on the session. Closing below 186 right now is not a good sign for the bulls, because it does open up the probabilities of a move down to about 167. So just got to watch that closely. But they are squeezing semis here into the close. Definitely a big squeeze into the close. The IWM tried breaking out again today, made a new high, but got rejected, putting a little bit of a daily topping tail. S&P made new all-time highs. QQQ also made new all-time highs today. But the Qs haven't closed above it. S&P currently is above. So we'll see how it shapes up into the end of the close. Google falling pretty sharply here. Microsoft strong today. Apple actually going negative here. Can you believe it? Q's up 1.5%, Apple flat. When does that happen? When does that happen? I still think we're due for a bounce in Apple off this level. I still think we're due. Yeah, that would be a lot more bullish. If it can get back above 186 before the close, that would be much more bullish for nat gas. Yep, you're absolutely right. They are grabbing cheap cash, but semis are still just flying here. Flying up to the high side. We're in a crazy market environment. NVIDIA almost can't. Apple's negative, guys. Apple is negative. Wow. NVIDIA hitting a new all-time high. 2.31 trillion market cap. Closing the distance. It's the closest it's ever been to Apple, guys. Apple at 2.61, NVIDIA at 2.31. Basically just 300 more billion to NVIDIA. If NVIDIA gains another 300 billion, so that's roughly a so if NVIDIA has roughly another 13% rally and Apple stays flat, it would overtake Apple. So it needs roughly another 13% upside to overtake Apple if Apple stayed just in this territory, this market cap zone. Pretty interesting to think about. And if NVIDIA did that, just think of it, earning what, 22 billion a quarter right now versus Apple's, what's Apple doing? Well, we'll look at the full year. So NVIDIA's 60.92 billion in revenue and Apple's 383. Obviously, NVIDIA is growing. Apple's not, which is what the street is pricing in. But is that growth rate too high for NVIDIA? Should it be trading at the same market cap? I do believe AI is here to stay. It's a huge important industrial shift in our overall economy, lifestyle as we know it. But, when you factor in, there's also other competitors in the game. Qs are coming in a little bit into the close. Semis are still strong. Semis are still very strong. NVIDIA closing at the highs. Semis also pretty much at the lows. So for tomorrow, I'm going to look at 170. No, I didn't go for the Google short. Yep, NVIDIA, that's a funny one, Michael. If NVIDIA keeps going, the Fed will ask them for a loan. Yep, yeah, exactly. So that's what's going to happen here. All right, indices are closed, guys. Very strong day for NVIDIA. Very strong day for semis. Weak for Apple. Tesla manages to close positive, but huge day for NVIDIA and the semiconductors once again. Just absolute parabolic mania in the semiconductors. Looking at the SMH chart, we have gone into a massive parabolic move here on the SMH chart. Just an outstanding move to the high side. Now trading at 83 on the RSI, weekly RSI. We have to really go back to see if we've ever hit this overbought territory on the weekly chart. I'm just going to quickly see this. So that hit roughly, so we hit 84.25 in October of 2017. Let's just match up that point, that high pivot. And you can see there was a little dip once we hit that level. The dip ended up, it was about a 9% dip in the SMH, which, you know, would hit the semis pretty hard. And then obviously you can see that you ended up charging higher until you had that bigger bearish divergence, which ended up falling sharper. So, I mean, we're due for a big snap to the downside and then maybe even push up higher. But definitely a massive, massive run in the semis, even breaking out of this parallel channel. Clear. Holy. I expect to check back to this 194 on the SMH. But I mean, look at this NVIDIA chart. It's just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing that the street continues to charge this up. Look at that 90 RSI on the weekly chart. Weekly chart, guys. Again, NVIDIA's never traded this high. NVIDIA's never traded this high in its whole entire history as a stock. Officially the most overbought it's ever been on the weekly RSI chart, which does suggest that a, you know, at least a 5 to 10% pullback is due in this name. But what a run. And it's still charging in the after hours. Can you believe that? On that note, thank you all for tuning into the live stream. Members, definitely stay tuned for the daily analysis video. I'll have it out a little bit later. Lots to discuss here, but semi strong, nat gas weak. MSOS, yep, it is interested to me. Chris, I am interested in that. I like CGC. To be honest, I don't think CGC is in MSOS. I could be wrong. I have to double check that ETF, but I do like the marijuana companies, certain ones at these depressed levels. I do think you're going to get some chatter that should spike these names. And again, a lot of these have shorts in that are just shorting these things to the low, and I do think that eventually semis will have, or sorry, marijuana stocks will catch a nice face-ripping rally. You know, we're due for one. It's been a while since marijuana stocks have caught a big bid, but I think the political hype should spike it at some point. Very, very oversold. Thank you guys for tuning in. Mavi, Michael, Chris, It's Common Sense, Briston, Paul, Ram. I appreciate all of the viewers here. $100 from me today, whoever brings QQQ down to 443. Yeah, that would be funny. That would be funny. On that note, thank you all, everybody. We'll see you on the charts tomorrow, guys. Friday. Watch that VIX. Watch that VIX. Today it closed down. Will it close positive on a Friday when VIX Crush Friday typically happens? Lots to see.